Recording in progress. can also reduce the crop loss. Improve resistance to pests and diseases. Part of the breeding is done to improve pest and disease resistance. So GM can be engineered to express natural pest deterrents. We have the BT maize, we are a gene from Bacillus thuringiensis that produces proteins toxic to stem borer, which is also a major pest in Kenya, actually in East Africa. This is not only to maize, but it's also a major pest in other cereals. And for this maize, it is usually very safe when it comes to the stalk borer. Then we have resistant, also GM can be engineered to resist viral infections. So we have the cassava, the GM cassava, and there has been some trials that have been going on, I believe in Kakamega, and I believe the results are quite promising. So with this, it's able to handle the two major cassava diseases, that is cassava mosaic and brown streak disease. The BT cotton, which definitely for now we have as a country, and has been there for the last, I think, 1 year. So this is resistant to African bollworm, which is a major pest in cotton. So it reduces the need for chemical pesticides, saving farmers money and protecting the environment. You know, we've been, for a very long time, we have been invested a lot, even in training farmers on safe use of agrochemicals. We invest a lot in handling, disposal, and many other aspects of agrochemicals. Now with this one, we have reduced the number of sprays, as we'll be seeing later. GM ensures stable food supplies. Yes, GMs can help stabilize food production by reducing dependence on chemical inputs. And also, we can also reduce fertilizer use. We can reduce irrigation use when you use GM, making farming more affordable and hence more profitable. Enhancing food security. Higher, more reliable yields means more food on the table at the household level and also in the market, therefore making it more affordable. Improving nutrition content. We are now in the era of food supplements. And we have also come up with the Biofortified. So with this one, it makes biofortifying easier. We have the golden rice, which is actually vitamin A rich. Among other crops that you will see later in a table that is somewhere. We know Kenya has a challenge of food security or food insecurity because of the erratic nature of our rains and pest outbreaks. And for this case, GMs offers a buffer against those risks by making crops more resilient. So this is about the nutritional benefits. We have quite a number of genetically modified crops that have been developed to provide especially the micronutrients. And these are part of the examples. And this is being done in other parts of the world. Just allow me to move to the next. Then adaptation to climate change. GMs are part of the climate smart agriculture because, one, they reduce greenhouse gases through definitely the GMs that are resistant to certain winds. Yeah? The GMs that are earlier maturing and better yielding. The GMs that are pest resistant. And that means we are reducing on the tilling. We're also reducing on the pesticides use, a number of application. And we are cutting down on fossil fuel, especially where we have mortalized our pesticide application and so on and so forth, even where we have mortalized land preparation. And then enable crop growth under extreme conditions. Even in those saline soils, the GMs that are tolerant to salinity, the others that are tolerant to heat. And so we tend to diversify in terms of where we can grow the GMs. In Kenya, rising temperatures and shifting rainfall patterns threatens stable crops like maize. Climate adopted GMs can help farmers cope with these changes. Of course, we have the potential of developing even GMs that can cope with soil acidity. Like most of our soils nowadays, we complain of the acidity. We also have issues with soil nutrients. And with the GMs, it is easier, it will take shorter time to develop a GM that can really cope under such conditions. We are aware that climate change isn't future. It is now. And GMs can help us to manage this climate change. For resource efficiency, GMs can optimize water use through use of drought-resistant varieties. We can reduce on irrigation needs. The area of land use, we have high yielding. Probably we are using the same crop area or the same spacing, spatial spacing, reducing pressure on forest and fragile ecosystem. So this can reduce the pressure that we have on the carbon sink and also the fragile ecosystem, especially the bigger part of our country, which is arid. And then for small-scale farmers, this means better returns with fewer inputs, and therefore key to improving livelihoods and reducing poverty. And this can be very important, especially for a bigger part of our country, which is hassle because we can use it and we can also now move to those areas comfortably because there will be food. On the side of agro-industry, there is potential because it is happening elsewhere for us to introduce GMs in terms of supporting biofuel production. I don't know how far we are as a country. Food and feed processing and biotechnology application. These are big industry, especially for our academia, for our research institutions. We would partner with so many institutions all over and therefore enjoying some funding, external funding. So for biofuel production, there is the GMOs, sugarcane, and then the soya beans. These are good, especially for high yields in bioethanol and biodiesel. On the same, we can still have drought and pest resistant varieties of biofuel crops. And definitely will reduce supply chain volatility. Then there will be now potential to reduce fossil fuel dependence and improve energy security. Currently, we are fossil fuel heavy users. And if we can do a bit of biofuel, then we can supplement. And as time goes on, the biofuel can take over food. This improves nutrition of profiles. In G, we have had a vitamin A rich, rice, maize, and so on. And this has enhanced food quality. Staple food supplies encourage investment in food factories. If we have had sufficient food, then it will be very easy for us now to expand on food factories. More often than not, what we produce is not sufficient. So we import, even what the few industries that we have, especially dealing with cereals, wheat and maize, we are importing most of it from other parts of the world. And so if we had enough on this, then definitely we can expand on that area. And when we expand on that area, we are also expanding on job creation. This is an area that I believe currently we are benefiting from external sources, especially on the side of animal feeds. And actually, we have all the potential of producing some of these crops locally. Value-added products, with the value-added products, definitely that will result to higher profits and export potential, which will bring more foreign exchange to our country. Boosting the biotechnology sector, this is definitely where we would have investment in research and development, especially in seed technology, diagnostic, and bioengineering. That area would be reached, that area, and it will provide more opportunities for local innovations, and even when it comes now to university and industry collaboration. there will be a widened space in that area. And this will also attract many more investments, especially with companies dealing with biotech, among other industries pertaining to food and feeds development. Then the issue of economic development and job creation that I have explained, it will automatically come in because we have now increased youths and there are opportunities in the technologies, space. And also moving forward, we are going also to enhance the development of small and medium enterprises within the rural sector. That will give us more tax revenues and export earnings. We have some case examples. The GMOs that can support the feed industry, especially for livestock and poultry sector, fuel potential, growing global demand for green energy. We are now in the era of green energy. If this can be supported and in a way we invest in this area, then we are likely to benefit at this particular time. Let me give our local example, what is happening currently with the BT cotton. We are now in the process of revitalizing the textile industry in Kenya. And we are actually benefiting from the BT cotton. From the Agriculture and Food Authority, this is what is happening. In 2023-2024, we had 28,000 acres under BT cotton. While for the conventional varieties, the two other varieties, we had 11,000 acres. And therefore, BT seeds contributed 72% of the area cropped with cotton. For the quantifiable benefits from this cotton is that we have had reduction of number of sprays from 8 to 3. Yeah, because of the bollworm. And the quality automatically is better. And that reducing that number of sprays, you cut down the cost by 5,000 per acre. 5,000 to most of us, especially who are not farmers, may be very little money. But 5,000 to a farmer out there, and I believe we have a few of them here, it is very good savings. That will mean more other things within the household needs, and even in terms of school fees. This is enough for one term in a day secondary school. So elsewhere, in other economies, is also to learn. It's also important to learn. I believe part of our objective moving forward as NBA has always been to create awareness. Therefore, since we have stakeholders across the sector, it is important that we continue creating this awareness of the benefits that we can accrue from GM crops. And it is also important for people to learn that this is happening even in developed economies, which I'm actually referring to as the vast economies. Yesterday, I found an article somewhere where China has developed a new variety of rice that can do very well in arid lands. They can do virtually wherever there is some soil. And soil, and what I mean by soil, a bit of soil and sand, it can still do. As long as we have the minimum required nutrients and a bit of water, it will do. And so that is something that is currently the main thing from China. And we know China, in terms of population, is only being challenged by India. But the beauty is that they are quite agile. They are all over the world. So for us, it's also important to learn that the big economies are doing quite well, and they are really benefiting from this, especially on the side of yield increase. So you can see we have maize, rice, soybean, potato, canola, tomato. And these are very important crops, especially when it comes even to our key value chains as a country. Canola is good for oil, soybean is good for oil. And they are also very important for animal feed, cake. And then tomato, that's not necessarily for the yield, but delayed ripening. It's really an issue, especially for potato, for tomato, which is a vegetable, but a fruit vegetable. And if we can delay ripening, then it means it will remain stable for quite some time, and it can wait for the market. And that means you can time the market and harvest at the right time when the demand is high. This other table is reduced chemical use and environmental conditions in other nations. We have the nations, especially India, USA, China. They are key in that area, Brazil, and then South Africa. Argentina, they are benefiting from the technology as such. And so these are some of the treats, and the benefits are based on harsh environmental conditions and induced chemical use. Challenges and consideration. Of course, notwithstanding the benefits from the BT cotton, and at our level currently, I know we are doing only trials. We are not going to the next level. The challenges that we have means that we need to do a lot of awareness creation. We have to interact with the stakeholders out there. We have to interact at all levels of the society. And as NBA gives us the comfort that we are biosafe because we have an act. We have laws and regulations, and we are okay. And in case there is any loophole, it is usually addressed by reviewing those acts as required. But for now, we are very okay. Our systems are up and running at the border points. We have enhanced surveillance as NBA and the other institutions that also work together with NBA, like KFIS, among others. We have our research institutions also up and running, and I believe as a country we are biosecure. And for that matter, a bit of awareness creation would do and will do us a lot of good. Then regulatory and ethical oversight, that is essential, and we are doing it. We are actually, I know we have also improved on the capacities, especially at the border points, or our border points. We have enhanced surveillance, and we are okay. So, misinformation, how to deal with that, just a matter of moving out there, interacting, engaging, and we engage at all levels. We engage at all levels as much as possible. And one way we can do it is actually engaging our extension personnel. Yeah? Let's have a buy-in from that side. Let's have a buy-in of our people in the counties. Let's have a buy-in with our NGOs, them that are doing agriculture, and them that are promoting agriculture and the issues to do with food security in this country. And once everybody is on board, then we are home. GMOs are not a silver bullet. They must be part of the integrated approach with strong governance. That's important. That's why we are saying we have a system and we have a law. Once the pending court cases are resolved, it is imperative strategic rollout is undertaken to maximize benefits and minimize risks. So, laying out probably what we have at NPT, among others, whatever will be allowed, then that will be done systematically and strategically. And that way, as a country, I believe we'll have the benefits. I want to conclude by saying that GMOs offer a pathway to more efficient, cost-effective, and profitable farming in Kenya. Strategic adoption can improve livelihoods and strengthen national food security and economic development. Thank you, and God bless you.
Session. I can see we are very quiet. So I want us to do something to make you a little bit loose. So Irene, I want you to play a short clip. Please stand up. You're too quiet, too serious. Stand up. Yes.
Uh, our CEO, National Biosafety Authority, all government officials, all guests, my fellow farmers, all protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Nisalimie tu ukipenda. Thank you. My name is Daniel Magodu, a BT cotton farmer from Kirinyaga County, Central Region. I feel very much humbled, very excited, and very much encouraged to be invited in the 13th Annual Biosafety Authority Conference to make a presentation on impact on smallholder farmers, focusing on adoption, challenges, and opportunities. Please welcome. We grow cotton for food security, creation of employment, and creation of wealth and employment opportunities. Cotton can do well nearly in all farming regions of Kenya, apart from Nairobi. Before the approval of BT cotton, the traditional cotton production was too low because of the destructive pest, cotton bollworm. That if a farmer planted cotton and failed to apply pest controls for over 12 times in a season, that farmer could either get a very poor harvest or nothing at the end of the season. This made many farmers to shy away from cotton growing, which led to the closure of some of the cotton ginneries in the Republic of Kenya. By this time, there was a GMO ban in the country. When the cotton growing was on its deathbed, there happened to be workshops and outreach campaigns organized by OFAM Kenya chapter. It is in these workshops and outreach campaigns where the farmers came to learn that there are crops with an inbuilt mechanism to protect themselves from the destructive pests, and they are having drought-tolerant traits. And after the farmers understood the purpose of GMO technology in the crops, we started lobbying for the BT cotton, BT maize, and lifting of the ban. At the same time, the farmers had heard that other countries of the world which had adopted the GMO technology were benefiting from the technology. So, in response, the government facilitated commercialization of BT cotton. And as I talk now, farmers across over 20 cotton growing counties can attest the benefits of the GMO crops focusing on BT cotton. Just to mention a few of the benefits of BT cotton, because that is what I have been growing since the approval. BT cotton seeds are clean. Germination rate is 85 to 95%. Pest control application, BT cotton needs only 3 times in a season against 12 times of the traditional cotton. The reduced number of pest control, that is money left in farmers' pockets. The time that could have been used spraying the cotton field for those reduced number of pest controls, it is used in other income-generating activities within the farm. Come to maturity. BT cotton takes only 4 to 5 months and the farmer is in the market. Against the traditional cotton which was taking 9 to 10 months in the farm. Come to yield. BT cotton has higher yields because the destructive pests which could have destroyed the first balls of the cotton did not attack them. So the increased production of BT cotton attracted many farmers because in a plot where I used to get only 300 kilos of cotton, of traditional cotton, with the BT cotton, I got 1,000 plus, almost 3/4 of the traditional cotton. BT cotton, ladies and gentlemen, is green because it has not been tampered with, by these destructive pests are cotton bollworms. Let me come to adoption. Adoption. The GMO technology was adopted by the farmers across the country with a lot of appreciation. Why this? Is because there was no misinformation or disinformation given to these farmers. And at the same time, the farmers participated in the farm visit tours in local research stations where they could see GMO cotton, GMO crop growing and non-GMO crop growing. And after seeing, they made the right decision because seeing is believing. Still on the side of adoption, when the farmers adopted the GMO technology and they agreed to plant BT cotton across the country, it contributed to better environment by the reduced number of pest control applications which could have destroyed our environment. And at the same time, we have learned from the last speaker, it was even like removing a number of cars which emit carbon dioxide that destroys the ozone layer, which later comes to be an effect in the climate change. Challenges. A cotton farmer has been facing a lot of challenges before the introduction of BT cotton. But most of the challenges has been addressed by the blessing, the BT cotton, but still there are other challenges which needs to be addressed. And these challenges are: one, the access to the BT cotton seeds for planting, because the BT cotton seeds are imported from India and they are expensive. The second one is high cost of farm input. 3, inadequate extension services across the country. 4, poor and staggering farm gate prices for the seed cotton. 5, the prolonged drought is affecting the BT cotton top flower. It causes abortion, flower abortion, because of water stress. Come to opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, increased cotton production in our country will create a lot of job creation in the whole cotton value chain, from the farmer to the apparel maker. And that will help to absorb the jobless youth in the cotton industry. And at the same time, in the cotton catchment areas, there will be mushrooming of cottage industries where our farmers will be economically stable. As I finalize, I said at the beginning there, we won't bid for BT maize. The farmers you see here, and the others whom we have left behind, because the ones I'm having here are farmer leaders, are waiting for the BT maize like yesterday, because they are expecting what they saw on the side of production of BT cotton will be reflected in the BT maize. And we Kenyans, we know, cassava is our traditional food. Also, we are waiting for the virus-resistant cassava, clean seeds to reach the farmers as quick as possible, because it is our traditional food and we know it will build the farmers economically and they will be food secure. The other point is that the GM technology, ladies and gentlemen, is safe and it is beneficial to farmers and consumers. I'm saying it is safe because I was among the first people to make the BT cotton kiss the soil of Kenya. And up even this day, I'm still growing BT cotton. The other point is that it is my humble request to the State Department of Agriculture to incorporate modern agricultural technology into Kenya's agricultural system, including GM crops, with a aim of increasing production and protecting farmers' yield. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Mr. Daniel Magondu is he's a seasoned farmer, but beyond that, he also plays a leading role in mobilizing and educating farmers across Kenya's 24 cotton growing countries. Through that organization, SOBIFAC, he advocates for the science-based agricultural policies and was a key voice in supporting the Kenya's government 2022 decision to lift the ban on GMOs. His grassroots efforts continue to shape national dialogue on food security, biotechnology, and climate resilience in agriculture. I think a hand clap, another one for him as he joins us. I also want to request Dr. Gilbert Mode to join us on the high table, because we want to have a short Q&A session from the plenary. Of course, we had Gilbert Mude, Daktari, who has taken us through the pros of BT cotton, and I think we are well educated from his presentation. He has guided us through very well. We now understand why BT cotton, and therefore he's also going to join us in a panel discussion where we will take some few questions from plenary. We also want to invite another farmer because we want real life experiences. I'm sure she's aware that she is required on stage, and her name, she is from Busia, also not a stranger to us, Miss Nancy Ademba. Nancy Ademba, kindly, another hand clap. Yes. I think with these three, as Madame joins us on stage, she'll get an opportunity to introduce herself because she's the only one who hasn't said anything. Karibu sana. These are the real advocates because they are the boots on the ground. Karibu sana. So she'll say something shortly. I request that plenary prepare yourself with a few questions. Each one of them has their specialty, and therefore you can ask questions around what they have discussed. Maybe you can say something here.
Okay, thank you so much. All protocol observed, my fellow colleagues farmers. My name is Mary Nancy Demba from Busia County, Western Region. I'm very much humbled to be here today. I'm actually a BT cotton farmer from the Western Region. Much has been said by the chairman, Mr. Magondo, and I would not want to repeat, but I am one of the proudest farmers, BT cotton farmers in the country, because when the GMO was introduced, I was invited to attend one of the trainings in Kirinyaga. When the association was formed, I was also one of the members. I'm a committee member in that association. So it was not easy for the GMO to be introduced because there are so many things that were spoken. But through the efforts and the support of Mr. Magondo, we joined hands and actually we trained most of our farmers because we were the key people. After the trainings, went back to the community, trained our communities on the issues concerning the GMOs. It took some time to make our farmers understand. But finally, after the trials were done, after comparing some of these things from the local variety to the BT, it was actually realized that the BT cotton was the best. I'm proud because when I tried to plant the local seed, the first time I planted, I was discouraged because the much I spent was too much and the output was not actually meeting the expenditure. But when I planted the BT seed, I was very much happy and I was very much encouraged because the output or the benefit that I got from the BT seed was actually impressive. So I am a BT cotton farmer from 2020 up to date because spraying is minimal compared to the local seed. Germination, just as my colleague, the chairman has said, is 85% to 95%. The maturity, it matures very fast. The cotton is very clean. So we have actually tried to ensure that BT cotton is planted with many farmers. I think what I can say about the BT cotton is the best. And I would request that if there can be that sustainability of the seeds, so that we can plant as much cotton as we can, being that cotton is one of the cash crops in the country. And especially in Busia, we are trying to reduce the sugarcane planting because of this BT cotton, because it takes a very short time compared to maybe 18 to 24 months, which the sugarcane takes. So my request is that let us try to find ways on how we can produce our own seeds, our own BT seeds in the country, other than failing to get the seed on time because of the orders, maybe the imports from outside. I want to thank all the farmers who are here because I know that the people who are doing the best work in the community down there. The request is that let us remove politics on these BT or GMOs, because today, when you go to the market, you will find that a customer wants the best. And the best commodity comes from the GMOs. Because when you look at the BT cotton, is one of the most white cotton. When you compare to this other one, you find that if you don't spray it 8 to 12 times, you will not be able to get good cotton. But BT is only 3 times. You get very clean cotton. And that's why I say that you go to the market, find that the customer wants the best commodity. Because our off-takers in this sector actually look at the best cotton, which is BT. When you compare this other one, it will be called BR because it has a lot of mixture in it. So I don't want to talk so much to repeat what the chairman has said. I only want to say that GMOs is the best way to go. Let us not try to fight, because what I know today is that those people who are fighting the GMO are not farmers in the ground, because most of them are just hearing maybe rumors. But we, as the farmers, are the people who actually know, because we do it practically. This is what we do. We farm, we bring it to the market. Let us keep on encouraging each other, and let's ensure that whatever we do actually is in the right place, and let us produce these seeds or BT or GMO seeds, like for an example, we are talking of the maize. Let us bring it on board. Let us bring to the farmers so that we can fight the food security. Because if I talk of, like, for an example, I come from the border. Most of the food, especially during this time, comes from Uganda. And we would not want to go that way because we are able to. We are the people who can be in position and we are able to get these seeds. We can be able to get our own seeds within our country. Thank you so much, because I'm one of the proudest farmers in this sector of cotton. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. I think we've heard from the farmers themselves. And now we want to invite a few questions from plenary. I believe the mics are going around. Please give him the mic. There's one mic here at the front, or even that. Eric.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Peter, a member at Scientists of Kenya Association. And I wanted to direct my question to Mr. Magondu and the farmers around. From whatever I've been hearing here from the day we started, the day one, there was a presenter by the name Mr. Fanuel Lubanga, if I'm not wrong. He gave some statistics whereby we were being told that BT cotton is not doing well in the country, from what I got from his presentation. Now, the Mr. Chairman there has given some facts, have given some information about BT cotton. So I was requesting for you to debunk everything so that you can be able to understand what's really happening with the sector, because from the perspective of representative from AFA, BT cotton is not doing better than our traditional cotton, because I remember he was saying our traditional cotton was bringing up to around 10,000 bags, and BT cotton is up to 6,000, if I remember very well. But from your explanation, you have said that currently you get a yield of up to 1,000 plus kgs compared to the 300 kgs that you are getting previously. So kindly, I would like to get some clarity on that, please.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Magondu, you will take that. You are able to. Okay. Another one? Go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
My name is Robinson Mwangikibe. I'm a farmer in Kirinyaga, a BT farmer in Kirinyaga. And what I want to say is to concur with what Chairman Mr. Magodo have said, what Dr. Mude had said, and to add to that, what Mr. Miano told us in the first day. But we are doing well as farmers. We are the food soldiers. This one I'm appealing to the whole preliminary or the whole government agencies. We are the food soldiers, and we are the one who knows our people. When we are down there, we would urge or would like, as farmers, as one of us has said, to be given the seeds at the earliest stage. This season, the season we are in now, the government had been doing well previously, giving us BT seeds from Mako, that Indian company. But this season, in our place, not many are now growing cotton because those seeds were not brought. We were given, like we were given the conventional cotton. I would like to urge the stakeholders, they have been doing well. But when they bring us they said it is BT, but it was not packed in the light packs. So many people were used to the usual pack of Marco packs. But when they were given those seeds in a sack, many refused to plant, saying that they are taken back by the government to the convection ones. So that one should be looked at. Well, the other one is about the market. The market. We would urge the government to look, since I think it's Mr. Miano who said that when this one was being initiated, the BT cotton, they didn't look at the market. The market should be looked at. The last one is about harvest. Harvesting cotton is tedious. There is no one in a farm who can pick cotton or can pick cotton a day 20 kilos. They usually pick around 10 to 12 kgs. So we would urge our scientists to look on the way of those machines which can harvest cotton so that a farmer can get good yields or can get good profit. Last one is about maize. 2 years ago, as Dr. Mude was saying, when my people came to my farm, I'm a reed farmer, and we had a demo, and that maize is doing well because it produces 2 big maize cobs in one stem. what I'll urge the stakeholders, if Wema is GMO, why are you not giving us? Why didn't you give us this maize to plant? Because we have come to learn that GMO maize is only it is made to be tolerant to weather and to pests. So we will urge you to give us that maize, and you would have given us yesterday, not today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think Dr. Mude, you can comment on the availability of seed amongst other issues. Another one, maybe, especially for Madam Farmer. Yes, one or two, and then we can take those.
Thanks a lot. I'm James Midega, a BT cotton farmer from Siaya. I'm very much happy to welcome all whatever has been presented by the presentees of today. It is actually true to the latter. The issue of the BT, it's a long journey through undergoing different challenges. I don't want to speak more, but I'd like to propose a solution for the challenges my chair has spoken, Mr. Mangondo. He has just said that is one of the challenges, access to BT cotton seeds. Number two, high cost of farm inputs. Number three, inadequate financial support. Number four, poor farm gate price. We are here today as farmers. We have key implementers, key stakeholders, but the challenge is we have the input providers in this hall. The institution which was responsible for the supply of the seeds, that is the MAICO. Is there the MAICO representative in this hall? If at all we want to talk about the supply and timely supply for the BT cotton seeds, the MAICO company ought to have to be in this hall. There is no representation of the MAICO company. That's a mistake.
Okay.
If we are talking about the farm gate price, in this hall, do we have the genus? Do we have the textile industries? Because these are the people taking cotton from us. They ought to have to be in here so that at least they can listen to us. They can give their own views so that at least we can have got a common view as a part of the solution of these programs. Therefore, I do propose like a solution. Today, the budget is being read. We need to come up with a solution. We cannot just talk and leave things untackled. As Midega, I propose that we need to come up with a contractual agreeable condition terms where there's a national platform committee coming up with responsible for planning and sourcing for funds, involving the key players. Number one, the input providers, the service providers, the financial institutions ought to have been included to much like a document being presented to the National Task Force. They budget for it because there is that money being allocated for today in the Ministry of Trade and Agricultural Department. They ought to have to do a budget, and that location is being given to them so that at least the consideration of farmers' needs to be involved in that kind of committee.
Okay.
And therefore, to finalize and finishing up,
now finalize.
that the BT cotton, it is the best cotton seed varieties that at least the farmers have already shown the interest of high in need, of high in demand, and most of us gives good return for their sweat in their farms. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we'll take those ones. Very well taken. I think he's talking about additional stakeholders. I think everybody in the room has heard about more inclusion, and the rest is again on seed. So I think let us take those ones first before we do another round of questions. We can begin from Daktari, the questions that were addressed to you, and then Mr. Magondu, and any comments from you as well, if you feel there's something your chair leaves out. Dr. Mode, you can tackle any.
Thank you.
Then you can come here.
Yes, there are quite a number of questions, but a few of them are related. So there was the issue of, we've talked a lot about cotton, and there are some proposals, but just allow me to respond. As far as seed is concerned, Lubanga was here. Lubanga is from Agriculture and Food Authority that deals with this crop. So, as from the ministry side, we've been supporting on the side of policy and capacity building. All in all, we work very closely and we interact. But what has been happening is that for a long time, we've not been doing cotton. In terms of hectareage, we've been doing very little. And we've been having some small investors spinning at that level. Actually, most of them are SMEs. But this time round, under the new administration, it was key that we expand on this crop. And what happened is that we brought in the beet cotton in the arrangement. That particular time, there were some delays in terms of mobilizing the seed, where it was, especially from Karo. That's where we got most of the seed. And mobilizing that to the farmers, I think it took time. But this time round, I believe AFA has really improved on that area in terms of seed availability at the right time. The other thing was about the issue of inputs. Let's appreciate that it's now a year or so that we've been doing, at least we have upscaled cotton production. So that is one step. And we are expected now to make more steps. But looking at cotton as a value chain is very key to us. We have developed a value chain strategy and other initiatives that are being supported by partners. And in this value chain, one of the key things that we want to do is to work with the government framework. And what we are saying that at one level, it will be a critical aggregation center. That one level will be supported with a cooperative. The cooperative will assist in aggregating. It will be supported with a circle. The circle will support with financing and even injecting some inputs of the key value chain within the area. So when we have the two institutions up and running, then will be home and dry. But for these institutions to learn, we needed to mobilize. And we realized there was a gap, as a farmer has just mentioned, in the area of extension. So what we did as a ministry, they brought on board some close to 18,000 young professionals, whom we are referring to as entrepreneurs. So in every ward, we are talking of 7 to 10 individuals to support farmers. How are we supporting farmers? The first activity was for the entrepreneur to know his farmers. So that ward, there is a way we have divided the ward, and so depending on the number of farmers, if there are 1,000 farmers, then you divide 1,000 farmers against maybe like 10 entrepreneurs. That means every entrepreneur will be having 10 farmers. And those 10 farmers, they are in specific villages. So they are geographical. So they needed to know their farmer. And that's why they are coming around now. I think most of them are coming around. Like me, I remember last week, one of them called me and he wanted my biodata. So they are picking the biodata. They are looking at our cropping calendar. They are also looking at the value chains that we are working on. They are also, then from there, moving forward now, they will organize. They will organize their schedules. And then they will be visiting you. And then they will be addressing your issues. These entrepreneurs are working with the Ward Extension Officer. The Ward Extension Officer, it's like their mentor. Yeah? So they will grow up with that Ward Extension Officer to now the new entrepreneur. So these are future, the future investors in agriculture within those villages. That's how we are taking it. And they will link you to the cooperative, they will link you to buyers, they will link you to other services. Actually, their major service mostly is in the area of marketing and linkages, and then mobilizing for services. They may not be able to provide all the services, but they will be mobilizing for services. I think that will address a number of issues. Number two, we are talking of the WEMA. Yeah, the BTMs or something. You know why? We have been unable to move. And I think this is a story that probably we have spoken in this conference. There are some court issues that are pending. So we need your prayers. I can see you are really prayerful. Can you continue? Can you weka ngea ya juu kidogo, si ndio? Baba tusikize. Hii maneno iishe. Then once we don't have those legal issues, then we are able to move forward. Because NBA is a legally binding institution, and as a government, we also believe and work within the Constitution provisions and within the law. So once those issues are sorted out, we'll be home and dry. And it's not very far. I think by November, see you. Yeah, I think by November, some of these court cases should be sorted out. So we believe in science. We are scientists. We believe in science. And we would like to really move this science to the next, so that we can also start benefiting from science. And thank you for giving us an opportunity to do some trials out there. That was very good of you. And moving forward, please continue supporting science. Then the other thing, it's about the contract. There is what we call contract farming. Contract farming is good with proper arrangement. We've been doing this, especially in horticulture, to ensure that you have a market for your produce. And cotton, it can still do. But you know, there is what we refer to as economics of scale. Uh, Men are willing to invest out there. They are looking for opportunities to invest. And this will be one of the areas that people will invest. But for the time being, the volumes may be wanting, and they are scattered all over. And I believe AFA is doing a good job because even last season, we have had cotton and sunflower. At some point, we were stuck with sunflower. But later, the mobilized and I think all the sunflower was bought. Cotton, right now, in the area of livestock, we have really advanced. And there are a lot of interest in livestock. And since we have the cotton seed cake, which is part of the livestock feed, I know that's another area that you really like to advance and to upscale as a country because our animals requires that cake. So that is one area. Then number two, we import. We import cotton for our industries. So once it is sufficient, we'll have those people out there who definitely will be more than willing to get into contracts. So we are in the process. I'm saying we have just made one step because it's 1 year. And we continue creating awareness, and farmers are doing very well. I can tell you from what I have, from my senior year, you must be doing. I know families, one or the other, we have number and coverage. But as farmers, kindly continue doing this and informing other farmers, creating awareness. And then we'll get the volumes and we'll be able now to have a business case to move into that direction. And we can have contract farming and all manner of arrangements like we have in coffee or tea. Cotton has been potential for this country. Previously, cotton to do very well. They were owned by government, and later they were the better, the more economic issues that were well articulated.
That's well tackled. I want
Thank you. I want to respond to the question which one of the stakeholders in the one of the stakeholders in the he wanted I to clarify whether BT cotton compared with the traditional cotton. We want to know the answer. Ask a farmer. I have been growing BT cotton since the year 2020. And still, even I want us another information. Mexico company was here from business. But as I continued, one day I said I'm not going to apply cotton after doing the first harvest. The rain came. My cotton sprouted and produced a lot of branches. It had 5 balls. When the cotton came to mature, I had to ask, I think I can get a machine to help me to harvest the cotton because of the high yields. So I wanted to tell you that BT cotton is the key. BT cotton technology is the key, and if it was not the key, a country like India would be leading the world with seed cotton production. So I want to say, because of the key, and I said it, the prolonged drought causes the BT cotton top flowers abortion because of water stress. This can be changed to be an opportunity. The government can come up with a project of building water pans, run with waters and have water to irrigate cotton when the drought is too long. And by so doing, you'll see the production of cotton. And even talking, we cannot go back to where we came from. The traditional cotton doesn't mean that the cotton bollworm has been fed up with it. If you plant traditional cotton here, at BT cotton here, then you bring the bollworms or those caterpillars, they will go to traditional cotton and leave the BT cotton. So there is no way I can move the losses I used to even cost most of the cotton journalists in the country. But production of the BT cotton, you find that those journalists are being revived. I think I have touched your question. Thank you.
So that's okay. Thank you so much. You want to say one short, just something small? Because I believe there's another presentation that we want to give, and we can always to be answered later.
Okay, thank you. What I just wanted to add on what the chairman is that the question that was asked by one of the stakeholders about the statistics that were presented yesterday, just as I say that you are the farmers, and I don't mean that maybe what he gave out was not right, but the truth of the matter is that the production of 2024-2025 seasonally is higher. Reason is that we got seeds, the quality seeds on time, especially when I talk about the western region, because we are blessed, we have the rains on time. Though our seasons differ in the country. The western region, I think I've said, on time. Actually, maybe if I talk of like the Busia able to reach the tonnage that we have produced this time, it's because we got the beat and the farmer with all the strength And we have the next slide here with us, like Thika Textile, those are our off-takers. The security, like Kenya, are being produced in our country, and it is cotton. So that's why I'm saying let us put more efforts on the cotton production. Let us have the seeds at the right time, quality seeds at the right time, to ensure that state where we are buying our own products. I am a proud Kenyan today that I will be putting on something that is manufactured from that is produced by the farmers, our own produce. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I think this has it, and we are now ready to answer all the questions, whatever uh, tickles your fancy. Otherwise, let's give up to the panel. Say that it is now a good time to go for the health break. We are slightly late, about 15 minutes, so that we'll be back at 11:20 session. What time should panelists, should the panel come back? I mean, the plenary. Maybe let him give you directions. Thank you very much. I enjoyed being a moderator. I will make you dance.
So, okay, Daniel, Fancy. Thank you very much. I think we'll break for tea. CEO, do you have any announcement or can we break for tea? We'll break for tea for 20 minutes. Let us be back at 11:30 so that we are able to come and do the final session.
Uh, sorry. Welcome back after tea. We are ready to start the last session of today, which is focusing on biotechnology advances and emerging opportunities. We are going to have three presentations specifically for that thematic area. But as you recall, yesterday we skipped one session by Dr. Kiprimo Lagata, who is the CEC Agriculture in Nadi County, and also the National Secretary for the CEC Agriculture Caucus at the Council of Governors. He's already with us, and we appreciate his presence. So we are going to have the three presentations. Before we go to the panel, we are going to invite the CEC. After that, we have a brief panel discussion. After that, we'll be able to provide further guidance. Moderate this session will be Dr. Donald Mukoe. Dr. Mukoe is a specialist in crop protection and biotechnology, having a PhD in crop protection. He has a training and practical experience in phytosanitary regulations, pest risk analysis, biosafety and biosecurity, where he currently works at the Kenya Plant Health Inspectorate Service. That is KEFIS, as a principal plant health inspector. In 2015, he was at Humboldt University in Berlin, studying transmission of plant viruses in irrigation water. In 2017, he stayed at James Hutton Institute in Scotland, doing bioinformatics analysis of NGS sequences, data for groundnut viruses. He is also an independent biosafety expert, reviewer for the National Biosafety Authority since 2016. His interest is enhancing crop productivity. It is now my honor to invite our session moderator, Dr. Mukoe, to moderate this session. Thank you very much.
Yeah, is it afternoon? Yeah, some 5 minutes too. Yeah. So thank you, Mushiri, for the introduction. And as introduced, I am Bernard Mukoe. I work for Kenya Plant Service. And the session is on biotechnology advances and emerging opportunities. This is a session that we is going now to bring the end of this conference, and it is expected to give us what is the way forward in the field of advancing biotechnology. Now, before we begin, I was just thinking of a story when we used to play football as old boys, when using the from nylon polythene bags. The owner of the ball, there was no referee at that time. So the owner of the ball decide when the game would end. So you were to be nice to him if you want to play more. And the playing teams would agree on the rules of the game. I remember sometime we could say if you have 3 corners, that is equal to a penalty, because there was no referee. Now, currently, if you look at how it is advancing now in football, we have now referees. They have advanced more. We have video assistant referees. Yeah, something I can equate to AI, because now it is assisting in controlling or regulating game. So, this example, you can see the importance of a referee, because now the owner of the ball cannot run away and close the game. We cannot set our own rules as the players, but the referee is there to ensure that there is fairness and everything is done as per the rules of the game. So as you consider that, if our government was not caring about biosafety, we could not be having NBA as a referee. And that is why NBA is here. And it is just to tell you that the government cares about the safety of its people. So thank you. So quickly, I would now like to introduce the first presenter, who is Dr. Benson Buru. And just a bio about Dr. Benson Buru is that Dr. Mburu is actually the head of Biological and Health Sciences Department at the National Commission for Science, Technology and Innovation. He has a wide experience in policy, legal and regulatory framework in biosciences, biodiversity, biotechnology, biosafety, biosecurity, bioethics, bioeconomy, traditional knowledge, and the associated genetic resources and environment. Dr. Mburu has been part of the Kenyan delegation to the Conference of Parties to the Convention on Biological Diversity and a member of the CBD Ad hoc Technical Expert Group on Synthetic Biology representing the East and Central Africa region. He has also been a member of the Future Council on Synthetic Biology at the World Economic Forum and a member of the Advisory Council for SynBio Africa. He holds a PhD in pesticide safety science from South China University of Agriculture, a Master of Science in Botany, Plant Pathology, and a Bachelor of Education Science majoring in Botany from Kenyatta University. He is involved in technical review of all research license applications at NACOSTI in the areas of biological and health sciences for both local and foreign researchers in Kenya. So it is my humble opportunity to kindly welcome Dr. Mburu to make a first presentation on emerging technologies in genetic engineering. Welcome.
So thank you. Thank you so much. So thank you so much for this opportunity that we have been given by NBA so that we may make presentation. I work for NACOSTI. For those who are new to NACOSTI, we are involved in the regulation, registration of research institution, licensing of all research in Kenya, coordination and promotion of ST&I in Kenya, and also provide policy advice to both the national and county government in Kenya. On our presentation today, we have the topic emerging technologies in genetic engineering, focusing on gene editing and synthetic bio. We will have what we would call policy outlook on the area. We will have the technical one being provided by Professor Runo, who will immediately come after me. So for me, I will have the global outlook. And looking at the background, during the OECD Global Forum on Technology in the last 2 years, in June 2023, it was noted that rapid technological advancement and transformative information have come to define now the current era where we are. And this one is presenting what is called challenge to our policymakers. In addition to the challenge to these policymakers, diseases such as cancer, diabetic, cardiovascular, or CVDs, HIV, new flus like COVID, which we just had, they have also exploded in our recent time. Then drugs, pesticide resistance microbes are also emerging, industrial chemicals, pesticides, fertilizers, and plastic have also become a challenge to both human animal, plant, health, and environment. We also have the issues of climate change, which has also brought its own challenges, resulting from droughting, flooding, that has also reduced the figure, to the resist disease, an emergency of new disease-causing bugs. So these are the challenges that we have now. And we find that researchers, academia, pharmaceutical companies, and now biotech companies, they are continually searching now for new and better technological tools to deal with both the old and the new and emerging challenges that continue to concern the whole world. And dealing with these challenges is also expected to fulfill the achievement of the global United Nations Sustainable Development Goal, SDGs, which actually should be ending in 2030. We also have the Science, Technology and Innovation Strategy for Africa, which was ending last year. And we also have what is called Africa Union Agenda 2063 and our own Kenya Vision 2030, which have emphasized the need of use of science, technology, and innovation to drive our economy and or as a foundation to the drivers of our economy. When we look at emerging technologies which are associated with the genetic engineering, which is our focus, there are terms like big data or data science, which it didn't used to be an area in science, but right now is a huge area. DNA sequencing, which is also has really expanded in the last decade. DNA synthesis, which has even been adopted by industries who are actually synthesizing DNA for cell. Genome editing, gene drive, all these are emerging techs, tools, or even issues that are also becoming part and parcel of discussion, both locally and also at international level, to know how to deal with them. So now, we also have other additional tools, which you can say they are support tools. Like now the issue of the Internet of Things, the development of supercomputers that are able to process huge amount of data, AI, robotics, computation biology, and also bioinformatics. All these are new tools and new areas that are emerging, and all of them are concerned with the development of the new emerging tech that are influencing how new biological materials, how genome editing, how synthetic biology is being developed. So focusing, you find that gene editing, particularly using the CRISPR-Cas9 tool, right, has enabled DNA alteration, offering potential for treating genetic diseases. For a long time, whatever you call inherited diseases, we didn't have a lot of solution. But right now, there is a lot of hope. There is a lot of research that is ongoing, and some of these tools are being used in the research level, not yet in the health provision itself, but at research level, improving of crops. Already that one is happening, and Professor will go deep into that. Will go deep into that, and also creation of new biological pathways, which are used in coming up with the synthetic biology products. Now, these tools have been developed over time, and we have about 4 groups that are known or that are famous: meganucleases, zinc finger nucleases, TAREN, CRISPR-Cas9, and If you look at those more script there, in 2011, the three of them, meganucleases, C events, and Taren, they were selected for Method of the Year in 2011. Then come CRISPR-Cas9 in 2015, after almost about 4 years. And then now this one becomes like, it's a new kid in the broker, and it brought breakthrough in terms of making things very quick, very precise, and it brought a lot of excitement in the area of developing new products in biotech and in bio and even in genome editing. So now what we see is that all these have been making things very fast, as we will see later. When you look at SynBio, this is a field that is using several principles. It uses a principle of engineering to design and construct novel biological systems, and even redesigning new ones to be able to come up with products, some which previously used to be harvested naturally, others are new products that do not used to exist in nature, and it is a technology that is making a lot of impact in the global north. It involves creating the visual biological pathways, organisms, devices, and all of them, they are based on DNA encoded component, and it is now even able, you just need to have the sequence data. You don't even need to have seen the original material, and using that sequence data, you are able to come up with this. So the field aims to address problems in various areas like medicine, manufacturing, agriculture, by modifying or creating organisms with a new ability. Now, when you look at SynBio became a great issue within the regulatory framework under the UNCBD from the year 2012 when we had COP11, that was in Hyderabad, India. And it has continued to dominate discussions and at the convention. And one of the greatest concern is the speed at which it is being developed and adopted in the global north, while almost nothing is at the global south, and even bringing a concern that if industries were to emerge that are purely dependent on this technology, it will bring a lot of imbalance in terms of trade because there is a very little work that is ongoing, particularly in Africa, as far as this technology is concerned, where there is so much that is happening within a very short time. And for those who have been in discussion, because even the definition of SynBio has been an issue, we all know it has involved a lot of advanced level of biotech. And some of us, we are already stuck with the GM, where we are not yet sure that are we ready to adopt them or not. Yet other countries have moved on to product of SynBio, product of genome editing. They are already adapting gene drive to control mosquitoes and other insects. So during the last conference, during the last meeting, which was the 16th meeting of the Conference of Party, it was decided that a thematic action plan to support capacity building and development so as to help those countries whose economies are developing or in transition to access and to transfer and the transfer of technology and knowledge sharing in the context of this synthetic biology. Because one of the issues that have really been coming over and over again is the issue of capacity. And this one was seen, it is in line with the three objectives of the CBD and the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, which was concluded in the same meeting. And it is also in the long-term strategic framework for capacity building and development that has been there as part of the agenda for the CBD. So that is what was proposed, and we believe the framework is being developed, and in the consequent meetings that will be there, it will be adapted so it may help those countries whose economies are developing or in transition to be able to have technology transfer of this SynBio. When we look at SynBio and artificial intelligence, because that is where we have one of the biggest nexus and one of the area where growth is really taking place. This convergence of biotech and AI has brought revolution, and it is also promising a lot of acceleration and democratization of capabilities. And some of the work that is being done is even being done in the houses by some of these scientists, particularly in the US and the Asian tigers. So bioengineers can catch enormous quantities of data, design complex patterns outside the bounds of human cognition. So now AI is actually helping people to think and to come up with all the possibilities of DNA alignment to come up with a different kind of proteins and consequently products. So automated experiment at a pace, scale, and efficiency that conventional trial and error laboratory science cannot hope even to match. So we really realize that like now for our countries where AI is maybe seen under ICT away from bioscience, we have to rethink how do we bring these talents and skills together so that they may benefit from each other, because that is what is happening in those countries. When we look at how genome work has been done, we can take now the case of the Human Genome Project. This Human Genome Project took 2 decades. It took that more than 13 years, and the cost of this Human Genome Project was US dollar 2.7 billion to sequence this human genome. But right now, today, it can be done in a day, and the cost can be under $600. So that's how these tools have really enabled this technology to grow. And actually, it is actually superseded the way computer development has been doubling, or rather, the speed and the capacity of computers have been doubling every 2 years. So now this one, actually, it has overtaken that. So synthetic biology has also become a global undertaking with labs, companies all around the world, and Africa is yet to decide on G crops, genetically engineered crops. Where now, if you look at the global map, as far as in bio is concerned, there are so many private companies that have spin-offs from universities, from research labs, and that tells you that things are not good for us. If we are yet to decide whether we are to take GMO maize, GMO cotton, and the rest. Just to take a snapshot of some of the companies that are involved in this work, there is a company which was a spin-off from MIT called Ginkgo Bioworks. This one has already right now, it has formed, it is a synthetic biology company. But so far now, in 2023, they formed a partnership with the Google Cloud. And the whole issue is they want to develop advanced computer language model that would supercharge the mission to make biology easier to engineer. So now, the whole issue of that computer language is just being fed to help how biology is going to be engineered in the future. More recently, we also have another biotech startup called Evolutionary Scale, founded by former Meta. This is the guy who had recently visited us here, the owner of Facebook. They have researchers, and in 2024, it developed a program called ESMS3. This is the world first generative model for biology that simultaneously reasons over sequence, structure, and functions of proteins. So now, even the people now who are in computation, in software engineering, they are focusing on biology because they know that biology has all those possibilities. And this system is like a robotic system. It had been trained on 2.7 billion proteins that had already been sequenced, and they are within the database they had access to. So can generate new ones in response to prompts analogous to word generating like chat, just the way we are having the chat GPT. The same way, this is how this system is designed. It can be able to suggest to you some new proteins that can be formed out of the DNAs that are already sequenced in the databases. So they are building tools that can make biology programmable by just any scientist who has simple understanding of biology, of the DNA codes, and simple understanding of the software. So when we look at the potential benefits of genome editing and synthetic biology and gene editing promises to transform medicine, material science, manufacturing, consumer good, agriculture, as I had said earlier, energy production, environmental protection or remediation, and so much more. They will revolutionize health, enabling more precise vaccines, therapeuticals, as well as personalized treatment for cancer, immune disease, infertility, and metabolic disorder. On Tuesday, there was a meeting that was in Windsor, where EU and Africa have a program and a collaboration on personalized medicine. And one of the issues that came out is that many of these non-communicable diseases, unless they are treated at gene level, they have a big challenge with the normal therapeutical drugs that are developed. Even the ones people take, either you take them forever, and we know that's what happens with the high blood pressure, with the diabetic, and all that. But now, through gene, there is a lady who is an actor called Angelina Jolie. She was able to know her family pattern, how her relatives, all of them were susceptible to cancer. So she went for a gene therapy, and she realized that the are responsible for cancer were also found in her. And so she opted to go for mastectomy quite early before the onset of the disease. And it was said that increased her chances of not getting the breast cancer, which had killed a lot of her relatives. So these are some of the things that are being anticipated to come out of this. So they will advance sustainable development, including by making crops more resilient, food production efficient, as well as accelerate clean energy transition, including new biofuel. We know already the oils we are using, they are not renewable. So soon, the oil that we are getting from Saudi Arabia, we will not be able to get it. So we are also looking at new sources of oil, and one of them is through biofuel, and algae are being used by some companies already using SynBio to produce these oils. Already, there is also practical application of bioengineering innovation from sickle cell disease, even to modifying the cow gut microbiome to release less methane. And you have heard that export of these animals is being curtailed because of the issues of greenhouse gas. So, despite now the good part of it, there is concern. That's why us as regulators, NBA, KVs, we are there and paid by government to look at issues that may arise from some of these technologies and tools that are there. One of them is the main concern so far is ethical in issue, is ethical concern. And the ethical concern arise when genome editing using technologies such as CRISPR-Cas9 is used to alter human genomes. So people think, even now, even in the US, we are yet to, the scientists are yet to be allowed to, to use it on germline and embryos from human. It is still illegal even in that country where this technology is quite developed. So this one is seen as the hope, even to come up with organs, new organs, come up with cell lines that are not diseased, but yet we are yet to overcome ethical and safety concerns. Now, the other concern that has been there in discussion for several years is now the misuse of different applications for genome editing and synthetic biology, such as making existing pathogen more dangerous. Already, you have had, like now, the case of COVID, people are not sure what really happened at the Wuhan Institute. Because there was a research ongoing there called the change of function research. And for them, the thinking was, if they know COVID can change function from being in animals and cross to human, they can be prepared. But in the course of doing that, some of those microbes could have escaped. We are yet to know the whole truth, but that is the suspicion that is there. The other one is modifying the human microbiome that is within our stomach. Singapore is doing that, and they have even come up with E. coli that have been weaponized against the colon cancer, and it is giving a lot of hope for fighting that kind of disease. The other one is weaponizing gene drive. Gene drive is already being used for malaria, but now it can also be weaponized to come up with pests that can wipe our agriculture. In case we have war with Uganda and Uganda have this technology, they can use it to fight us and to fight our agriculture. Those are some of the concerns that are coming up. Engineering super soldiers. This is something that has been in the science fiction, but now technologies can enable it as we see it now. Augmenting the general population to confer economic advantage. One of the issues that Hitler had with the Jews in Europe is that they were dominating commerce. So now, that is why some of them had to die through the brutal death that they died. So now the question is, can somebody with science, because science was wrongly used during Hitler's reign in Europe, can it also be used now again just to give some population economic advantage over the others? Development of new and improved bioweapons. So we have a convention apart from CBD, which deals with these issues, and this is the Biological and Toxin Weapon Convention. It prohibits development, production, stockpiling of bacteriological and toxin weapons. Countries were to destroy or divert to peaceful purpose or agent, toxin, weapon, equipment, and means of delivery within 9 months after the entry into force, which came in 10th April 1972. Kenya entered into that convention on 26 March 75. Rather, it entered into force in 26 March 1975. So Kenya just acceded. We had not signed it because there was some issues of understanding, but we were non-allied that time. But we had to accede in 2009. Nacosti was made the focal point and still is. So biosecurity, apart from this convention, is also covered under the UN Security Council Resolution 1540 that regulates weapons of mass destruction. So when we look at biosecurity, briefly, it describes the protection, control, and accountability of variable biological materials within the labs in order to prevent their unauthorized access, loss, theft, misuse, diversion, or even intentional release. We also have other terms there, the issues of biorisk, the probability or chance of an adverse event taking place. There is also the issue of risk assessment. This could have been mentioned in the course of the week. Evaluation of biorisk in a project or a program, which is critical for research in this sector. And UNESCO also, which regulates science and technology all over the world, is also concerned with the issues, particularly since they have been given the mandate for the responsibility of scientific research. So they are required to promote collaboration among people of the world to advance the objective of international peace and common welfare of humankind within the framework of universal respect for justice, the rule of law, for the human rights and fundamental freedoms. So within UNESCO, the regulation, the global regulation of scientific research is to ensure that whatever science that is being done, it is for the common welfare of humanity. And it also provides a platform for justice, a platform for rule of law, and also for human rights. When we dealing with bioethics is commonly understood to refer to the ethics implication and application of initially health-related issues. And this is because it came out clearly that there were unethical practices during the World War II. Doctors and some scientists were used to do research that were quite unethical. The Jewish people were failed by the government to do any experiments anybody wanted. They could say that maybe a pilot can find himself in a very high pressure, and they would give a Jew to go and check whether what is the maximum pressure the body can withstand. They could do surgery without anesthesia. They could do anything with them. And some of those things is what even brought the world to start thinking about how should medics behave as far as ethics is concerned, how should researchers behave as far as ethics is concerned. So during this, after the Human Genome Project, UNESCO was promoted to adapt the International Declaration on Human Genetics and Bioethics. Among them is the issue of how to harness the benefits of science and technology in a way that addresses, rather than argument, inequality in research. The other one is scientific progress needs ethical reflection rooted in the culture of the people, the legal system of a country, the philosophical ideology of a nation, and the religious heritage of all the communities that are involved in each country. So that is how it is captured. And this declaration provides a universal framework for states to use in formulating the bioethic registration and policies, which encourage the respect for the culture diversity, solidarity, social responsibility, and benefit sharing. The other one is the principle should be promulgated through the establishment of ethics committees in our research institutions. This is what has helped us now to establish ethics committees in our universities and also in our hospitals, in our research institutions. And when you look at the issue of diversity benefit sharing, we had a concern during the development of the vaccine, this is COVID-19 vaccine. We all came to see what was called vaccine, nationalism, holding of vaccination. Yet some of this vaccine, like the AstraZeneca one, Kenya was involved, yet there was no vaccine that had been preserved for Kenya. Yet our people were used to test it. So those are some of the issues that when the research is being done, how do we ensure that we are able to do this? So in conclusion, when we look at all these aspects, we are looking at biosafety, biosecurity, bioethics. Biosafety, of course, is to keep bad bugs from people. That's why the containment principles are there. Biosecurity, you have to keep bad people from bugs. So apart from making the labs secure, we also need to know who are these people working in our labs. Recently, we had a case of somebody who was caught almost crossing our border with some materials from one of our labs. And fortunately, the security team were following him. They had some idea. So he was caught with those materials. And they were verified that they were supposed to be used for bioweaponization. So bioethics is about responsibility and stewardship. So that's the now, it's a notch higher than biosafety and biosecurity. Because now we are talking about responsibility and stewardship. Kenya, we have NACOSTI as the focal point for BTWC. Of course, we have NBA for biosafety. And therefore, all these things, biosecurity, both biosecurity and bioethics, it is at NACOSTI, where NBA is dealing with the issues of biosafety. We have some synthetic bio programs that have been taking place, and that brings us to the end of that. I'm really pushed because of time, because there is some people who had not presented. So, but that brings us to the end of that presentation.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Dr. Mburu, for that wealth of information. And I would quickly call upon, or it is being loaded from the other side, yeah? So the next presenter online on the queue is Professor Runo. So Professor Runo, I would like to welcome you on stage. And as he comes, I will briefly tell you about Professor Runo. He is an associate professor of molecular biology at Kenyatta University, specializing in plant biotechnology and molecular genetics. He is internationally recognized for his groundbreaking research on striga, a parasitic weed that severely affects cereal crops in sub-Saharan Africa. Using advanced genome editing tools like CRISPR-Cas9, Professor Runo develops striga-resistant sorghum varieties by targeting genes that stimulate the weed's germination. His innovative work earned him the prestigious Royal Society Africa Prize in 2020. Beyond laboratory research, Professor Runo collaborates closely with farmers and extension officers to deploy these striga smart crops in affected regions, aiming to improve food security and promote sustainable agriculture across Kenya. So I welcome Professor Runo, and because of time, I had told him I would give him 17 minutes. So welcome.
Thank you. I don't know how this works. Should I turn my volume down? But I'm getting feedback. Hello? I can't mute because I need to. Okay. Oh, I should mute. Okay. It's muted. Okay. Okay.
Sorry. Thank you, Bernard. I still have my minutes, but I promise to be as painless as possible. I'll spend very little time because I know we are almost the tail end of these presentations. Thank you for your kind introduction. Thank you, NBA, for the invitation. Thank you for the really well-organized conference. And most importantly, thank you, farmers, for heeding the call to come here. And today I just want to speak to you, farmers. I've spent the last 6 or 7 months at the university teaching and giving seminars in conferences, talking hard science. And I just want to flip that script today and talk to farmers directly. So if you agree with me, I would rather today you just look at me as not Professor Stephen Bruno, look at me as James, as your brother who you sent to study a while back, Michael, the son that you sent to study genetics and molecular biology and to use that knowledge for crop improvement. And then we have a conversation on how best we can move forward as a Kenyan family community that is keen to use advances in technology and advances in molecular biology and advances in biotechnology to improve crop production in our country. And as to start with this conversation, I want to make this as interactive as possible, so I'm going to ask some questions. I will give a prize at the end of the talk because I want as much as possible to get feedback from you, to know where we are. So the first question that I'll ask is, who knows what I'm projecting on my screen? Who knows what this plant is? What I'm showing on the screen, who knows what it is? Experts not allowed. Yeah. Mercy Kioko, Evelyn. Evelyn anasema ni misheveve. Yeah, James. Striker. Very good. We have a striker. So what is striker? It's a weed. Yes, I'll talk about striker as an example of how we can use genome editing for improvement of striker resistance. So James Midega said it's a weed, but it's actually more than just a weed. And in the next 10 or so minutes, you'll understand why it's more than just a weed. I'll cycle back to this, but first I just want to give a background of what genome editing is. We have heard about genetic engineering, we have heard about breeding and new breeding technologies, but I think we just spend 1 minute in one slide. I explained to you in very, very simple terms what genome editing is and what genetic engineering is. All of us have DNA, okay? And the way we look and the way our plants look and the way our plants behave and the way that our crops yield in the field depends on the DNA. You've heard us, even at home, talk about DNA, but probably in not the exact same terms. You have heard people say, huyo ni mwizi, damu yao ni ya wizi, hata ukimfanyia nini hawezi badilika, ako na damu ya wizi. That's what we say, right? Or huko kwao wako na damu ya kuwa watu warefu. So in our family we are tall people, so damu yao ni ya kuwa watu warefu. So it's actually not damu, it's DNA. DNA is what makes us what we are. So when you see a plant that is broad or leafed, or a plant that is big, high, disease resistant, is because of its DNA. And that's what we do as breeders for improvement. So think of it as just a long rope. There are 2 strands, long rope that has letters A, B, C, G, letters of the alphabet, A, C, T, and G. And in those letters, every part of it is a code that defines how that animal is going to behave like, or how that plant is going to behave like. So think about a very long rope, and then there is different demarcations, and this demarcation says this is the place that has the code for yield, and then this is the place that has the code for plant height, this is the code that has the code for plant disease resistance. So when I went to school, I went to study this code. I went to study how plants' DNA looks like, and what that DNA, in fact, helps them cope with the changing environment, and how we can use that DNA, or the changes in the DNA, to determine and to improve yields of crop. And the simplest way that we do it is you have one plant here, you know that this plant is very resistant to diseases. So I can look at a plant using my tools in the lab, and I can tell that this plant has resistance to yields, to crop pests. I can tell that this plant has the DNA of disease resistance. And this other plant does not have the DNA of resistance. And what I do is to just get this plant and this other plant in one of the ways that we use for crop improvement as breeders, and then cross those two. And what you get is a plant that has the characteristics of the one that I was trying to improve, and then it has due disease resistance. And what I can do is to constantly cross it and check that it still has the DNA of plant resistance. And that's the way that we have been breeding the whole time as mankind for crop improvement. And we call that as the classical breeding technology. So I can also look at a plant and determine that this plant does not have the DNA of resistance. And I look through the whole of that plant DNA and plants that are related to it that I can cross to make a hybrid or to make a breed that has both disease resistance, and I failed to find any resistance. So like in maize, what they did was to look at maize getting infected by insect pests, or cotton getting infected by the cotton bollworm. They looked through the DNA of cotton and they could not find anything that would help cotton overcome the cotton bollworm. But then they learned that there's a bacteria, when that insect eats, it dies. So they knew, aha, this bacteria has DNA that kills the insect. And what they do was to lift that DNA of that insect and then put it in maize, the exact place that has the gene or the DNA for killing the pest. And that way they put it in maize, and that what became BT maize, they put it in cotton, and that is what became BT cotton. That is a GMO, that is a transgenic technology. In gene editing, we don't have to look at anything outside of the plant. So I can look at the plant, again using my tools, and I can tell that this plant has absolutely no resistance to diseases. Say striga, for example. But I can tell from this plant, there's a certain region of this DNA of this plant that makes it very susceptible to diseases. And my job is to go rearrange those letters of the alphabet, that gene that is causing that resistance, and then from there, I can be able to develop the resistance. So this is what I'm demonstrating here. So I have the two DNA. One plant has disease resistance, the other one has disease susceptibility, and the region that I'm highlighting there is the only region that I need to alter the bases or the alphabet and the code of that DNA and make that DNA different a little bit, and the difference will mean striga resistance versus striga susceptibility. I have restored everything within the plant. I have only altered one or two bases in the alphabet. And I can be able to do that very precisely. Think about a doctor who goes very precisely with their tools and then excises a section that causes disease, or a tumor that causes disease. That's what precision is, and that's how precise genome editing is. So congratulations, you have passed the first course of genome editing. You can all clap for yourselves. If you have questions, you can ask me later. I'll be seated here. And then I want you to look at this picture that I'm projecting there. Again, we go back to what Jared told us. This is striga in the background, and that is a sorghum field. And then in this sorghum field, you'll notice that in some places, I'll go back. You'll notice that in some places there are patches of striga. Some places don't have striga, some places have striga. These are different varieties of sorghum. The whole field is uniformly infested by striga, but then there are some varieties of sorghum that do not have striga in them. Why do you think that is the case? The whole field is evenly infested by striga. All of it has striga, but then within that, there are some places that do not have striga. So the reason you're seeing that is because some varieties of sorghum or some crop varieties have natural resistance against striga. So going back to genome editing, we are able to go into these varieties of plants and then determine using molecular biology and using our tools that we can be able to determine why some varieties do not have ability to allow striga infestation. And with this very, very short video, I am going to demonstrate and to really show us and James that it's not just a weed. Striga is not just a weed. It's in fact a parasite, and how we can use genome editing to develop resistance against striga. It is very slow from the other end, but what I just want to show you, I don't know why it's not. Sorry, I spectacularly failed there. Okay, if it doesn't work, then maybe we can do it another time, or I can. Yeah, so that is how, I just want to show you that part. That is the striga seed. Striga seed germinates and then goes and attaches to the host plant. And then after attaching to the host plant, it draws nutrients from the plant. So it's stealing nutrients from the plant, and then it emerges from soil, it flowers, produces multiple flowers, and then causes the plant to wilt, and then the plant dies. So we understand from the biology that we know that striga germinates only in the presence of the host because the host produces chemicals that allow it to be germinated. It cannot germinate until there's a crop. The crop is the one that produces chemicals that allows it to germinate. And so using genome editing, we can be able to determine the DNA or the region that is causing striga to germinate in the host, and then we can remove that, or you can just alter that, and once you alter that, then you have a plant that will not be able to stimulate germination of striga, and you have used genome editing to alter the germination and the striga resistance. So here you have a plant that stimulates the seeds to germinate, and then you have another one that does not stimulate the seeds to germinate. And the good thing with genome editing, the NBA guidelines, Kenya leading the front, you can rapidly advance from the lab and go to field trials. Because I said one of the reasons that you have a lot of delays is because there is due diligence in transgenic approaches or in genome editing that, in genetic engineering that you must go through for you to get certification to go on a confined field trial. So with genome editing, you can rapidly advance from a proof of concept and go to a lab, go to a field trial. And this is the letter that we got from NBA to allow us to go into a field trial. So as I finish, I just want to give you the quick results of the field trial to just show you as a proof of concept that by interfering or by changing the way that striga perceives sorghum in soil, we can be able to move from a susceptible variety to a resistant variety using genome editing. So this is one of our field trials. I think Ademba may recognize some of these sites in Alupe in Busia. So you do, so I'm not lying. And then lastly, one of my other tasks was to also just mention some of the other gene editing approaches and initiatives that we have in the country. All these are staple foods that we have in Africa. So I mentioned about striga, but there's work that is ongoing from Calro, CIMIT, and other partners on development of maize lethal necrosis resistance. There's also work on banana wilt resistance that is being developed at IITA ILRI in Nairobi, Kenya, and a lot more work. And then, of course, the striga that I mentioned. And I just want to finish with this chart. I don't know if it's clear from your end. And we developed this chart to just show the progression of, how am I doing for time? Oh, okay. So we developed this chart for just demonstrating and to just illustrate how much of progress we have made in terms of genome editing as a country and as a continent. And the first ring there just shows the products that are at different stages of commercialization. So we have striga-resistant sorghum that was being tested in the field, forming the first concentric ring. But we also have teff in Ethiopia. I also know of another striga-resistant or striga herbicide-resistant sorghum that is also being developed with our partnerships at KU. And then we have the maize lethal necrosis that is quite rapidly advanced on the field trials. And then there are many, many other efforts that are ongoing. I mentioned the banana work at IITA. There's cassava work also at IITA. There's also animal biotechnology and animal gene editing work happening at ILRI. And maybe those will form the next wave of gene-edited products. And I mean that in the not so distant future. And then maybe 5 to 10 years, there will be other gene editing products that will be developed. So I put sorghum here at the end, and the sorghum is, I know that this is being developed by the University of Queensland, not for Australia, but for Africa, and this is hybrid sorghum developed using genome editing. Not just hybrid sorghum, but hybrid sorghum that is called apomictic sorghum. So every time Mr. Magondo needs cotton seed, he has to go to a seed company to get seed hybrids. But you can use genome editing to have hybrids that you can plant and replant and replant and not lose hybrid vigor. That is called synthetic apomixis or genome editing enabled apomixis. So in other words, you have fixed hybrid vigor. The reason that we use hybrid is because if you combine one inbred line and another inbred line, then you get the power of hybrid vigor. But in future, in the not so distant future, there'll be rice, there'll be sorghum that is developed using genome editing that maintains and retains hybrid vigor forever. This will not send seed companies away, but will develop better seeds. So I think I just want to end up with this slide. There is good regulatory atmosphere, there is good regulatory frameworks in all these countries. There's goodwill from the governments, and this picture you saw from John Komen 2 days ago or yesterday, that shows how you have regulatory landscapes. The green are the countries that already have regulatory frameworks, means it's a go for commercialization of gene-edited products. And then the yellow still making decisions, and then regulated as GMOs. So I just want to end here with the takeaways. There is potential in genome editing, and then regulation of gene editing. I think I've convinced you, or I hope you're convinced, that it is less stringent and offers a more direct route to commercialization. And as shown in the last two slides, there are genome-edited products that are en route to commercialization and at different stages of commercialization. So I want to end here. If you have questions, feel free to email me, or please feel free to follow me on X, Gen Z. As you can guess, my X handle is @Striger_Steve. Thank you very much. These are other applications of genome editing.
Yeah, thank you very much, Prof. And I would like now to invite the preparation for the online presenter, Dr. Justin Overcash. So I think they are setting the stage, yeah? And maybe you could confirm whether oh, it is already there. So I think, as indicated in the program, Justin Overcash is going to present something on artificial intelligence. And I was just thinking, every time you're using your smartphone and you're typing, you see it predicts the next word for you, depending on how you have been texting or the kind of information you like to pass around. So, in summary, AI is here with us, and everyone is experiencing it, whether knowingly or unknowingly. You're always interacting with it. Yeah. So, brief about Dr. Justin Overcash is that Dr. Justin Overcash is a senior technical expert specializing on genetic biocontrol research and policy. He has worked as a biological scientist with the U.S. Department of Agriculture's Biotechnology Risk Analysis Program and contributes to the Foundation for the National Institute of Health, focusing on the safe development and regulation of gene-derived technologies. Dr. Avakash is actively involved in international discussion on risk assessment for gene-derived modified organisms. He explores innovative approaches, including the use of artificial intelligence to improve the efficiency and accessibility of risk evaluations, especially in developing countries. His work helps shape global frameworks for the responsible deployment of genetic biocontrol tools. So, without wasting more time, I would invite Dr. Overcash and give him 15 minutes to make his presentation. Thank you. Welcome.
All right. Are you able to hear me? Oh,
Yes, yes, we can hear you.
you can hear me? Okay. I'm gonna.
Yes, yes. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Justin. AI has just said your time is out. So thank you for that wonderful presentation. And uh, we will go to the very last presentation that is to be done by Kiplimo Harap Lagat. I'm happy to welcome him because he's called Bernard. I'm called Bernard. He's the CEC of Nandi County. I come from Nandi County. This is very good. So, Dr. Bernard Kiplimo Lagat is a distinguished development economist and agricultural policy expert, currently serving as the County Executive Committee member for Agriculture and Cooperative Development in Nandi County. In his current role, Dr. Lagat oversees major agricultural initiatives in Nandi County, including the establishment of the Nandi County Creameries Dairy Project, a coffee milling factory, an apparel and textile factory, and an avocado pack house. He also chairs the agriculture sector CEC caucus at the County Council of at the Council of Governors and serves on the Joint Agricultural Sector Steering Committee, contributing to national agricultural policy formulation. So welcome, Dr. Bernard, to make your presentation.
Thank you, Daktari. And, thank you. And I want, first of all, to say that I know I'm standing between you and lunch and also the end of the event, so I'll not really intend to take a long time. So the CEO of the National Biosafety Authority, the board members, the scientists who are here, the farmers, and ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Yes, as you've heard, I think I will not be able to say so much about my background, but I think I'm excited that I'm attending this conference and I've seen some of my seniors from the university. I've seen Professor Gudu and the rest. And I think the first time I came across the ideas about GMOs and gene editing and generally about biotechnology, it was during his inaugural lecture at Moi University, where I was a student and also I became a faculty member. And I think you've had a lot of scientific presentations this afternoon, which I don't want to dilute them. And it's very interesting when you listen to scientists share the new frontiers that are emerging, and it's very exciting, especially when you get to know about what AI is going to play, and even the general opportunity for us as humanity to really solve our problems. I believe science has been given by God to really provide us with solutions, as opposed to what probably others may want to put to us. So I think for me, I just will want to share so much about how we are working with the national government agencies, including the National Biosafety Authority. And we're celebrating 13 years in this conference, but also we have over 10 years, almost the same time since the devolution. And quite a number of us probably may not understand where devolution is or where you can place it as its role within the role even or regulatory function of the National Biosafety Authority. And more often we are being mistaken for intruding or for not really playing our role sometimes. But I will just want to quickly tell you of what we've been able to do. Formerly, I worked with the university as a senior lecturer with Moi University. My background is in agriculture economics, but I've worked now with the county for the last 8 years, since 2017, with Governor Sang. And I think it's given me a lot of insights on what really happened with the farmers. And I was excited when I listened to the farmers here talking. Of course, most of our elite farmers are able to help us connect also with those farmers who are not able to understand some of these things that we share. Under the Council of Governors, we've been able to partner with national government through the intergovernmental framework to support the development of policies, legislations, and even regulations and policy guidelines. And this has really gone a long way to help and facilitate implementation of the agriculture function at the county level. So I've served under the intergovernmental framework that we have under agriculture. For those who may not probably be aware, is that we have the intergovernmental framework that has been established. For the agriculture sector, we have what we call CHASCOM, that is the Joint Agriculture Sector Steering Committee, where the CS for Agriculture co-chairs with the committee chair at the Council of Governors of Agriculture Sector. So we are able to get consensus even on key critical issues that requires the two levels of government to agree in the implementation. But also, we have below it the sector working group, and I've seen most of my colleagues at the national government that we've worked with before in facilitating the negotiations and ensure that we can work closely and collaborate, consult in the implementation of the function of agriculture at the devolved functions. So we have the Council of Governors, we have the CHASCOM, we have the CHAS and the SWAG, the sector working groups, which has got about 4 SWAGs, different, including even research and extension. We have one on monitoring and evaluation. We have one on policies, legislations and standards, and another one on projects and programs. And I've had a privilege to work in a number of them. And I think this has really helped in working especially closely with the national government. It's very critical to understand this because, as you are aware, agriculture is a devolved function. Trade is also devolved. Aspects of public health is devolved. And so you'll understand and appreciate that working closely and collaborating closely is very key. So we still face a lot of issues among farmers. They've persisted and we are looking for solutions. And the solutions, I believe, squarely lie in science. And with persistent low production and productivity, land and population pressure that is increasing, food and nutrition security, and I'm happy to have had those implications from the ongoing studies, aging farmers, and land tenure system issues. We're even seeing land grab in areas that used not to be really the hotbed of land grabbing because they were community lands. But now, because we've commodified land, now we're seeing a lot of land grabbing and a lot of fightings even among communities. You've had the other day in Narok and the rest. So the future is not that very bright if we don't also sort these issues. But that means science is going to play a much critical role. I will jump on a number of issues that probably I would have shedded more light on because of time. But I would want to say that we appreciate, I've had a chance to work with the National Biosafety team and some of the scientists, and even visiting some of the national trial sites, the achievements on BT cotton, the drought-tolerant maize, the cassava, CBSD resistant varieties. All these are good progress and need to be really disseminated and people to appreciate. And the good news that need to be told, the good stories that need to be told. So structured risk assessment and stakeholder engagement is very key in this. And we need also to have a strong regional standing in biosafety systems. I visited the field trials, the national field trials in Mutuapa and in Kibos for maize, and interacted with the scientists. And I think it was very enlightening. And I was excited that we're actually able to see some of the solutions to our problems that we're grappling with every day. That means there is something that we do not know yet, that probably God has given us a solution. But the only people who can see, and I like the quote by the immediate presenter, that geniuses might actually hit where we cannot see. Meaning there could be a solution somewhere, even on the critical issues now that is affecting our farmers on cancer. And I'm very sure with farmers realizing probably even whatever they are doing at the farm is contributing to the problems that they have. So scientists will give us some of these solutions. So um, with the role that we've been given by the Constitution as counties, I'll urge that as you do whatever you're doing, you need to partner with the local authorities. That includes the counties, because regulation is a shared function. It's not really an exclusive function to the national government. So we need to really work together. I know the Biosafety Act was enacted probably before the devolution, but I'm aware there is an ongoing review. We'll still engage with you through the sector working group under the Joint Steering Committee, the JASCOM, to make sure that our inputs as counties are incorporated so that we can partner together in this journey. We're doing a lot, and actually most of the colleagues working in counties, some of them are drawn from the scientific community, some of them from policy, and some of them from general practice, but they are making a lot of progress. But they need the support of the scientists, they need the support of emerging scientific solutions to some of our problems. So really that's where the rubber meets the road, so you need to be able to engage. So engaging with farmers and National Biosafety Authority need to really probably understand more through the counties. From the lens of government, through the counties, you might be able to have new insights. Farmers, cooperatives, are actually having a lot of concerns. These include market access, how to access markets, some markets that are inaccessible because of certain barriers, consumer safety, transparency in what probably is coming out from science, and support for local institutions that is probably often missing. And sometimes we're excited with new findings, with new solutions, but we've never bridged the gap. So that sometimes rumors even may reach them, or negative news about what you have found is coming to the ground before the positive ones. They say sometimes false information travels 6 times faster than the truth. So it means by the time you arrive to us as scientists with good solutions, like what Professor was sharing, Professor Rumo, already we will have received some bad news 6 times earlier than you arrive. So we desire that involvement as counties, but no more formal mandates. So as you review the legal framework, the regulatory framework, we need also the support to ensure that we build the capacities of the extensionists, those who are acting and serving us at the last mile. So the disconnect between national policy and county realities may make us miss the point or the opportunity to be able to roll out. The current review of the Biosafety Act that is ongoing, which expands mainly, I've had a preview to look at it, is editing, gene editing, biosecurity, which to some extent I want to appreciate. On biosecurity, we have a lot of engagements, and I think we are making some good progress. Counties appreciate now issues of biosecurity. I think we are putting in place measures. We have technical committees now that are supporting us on that, but I think there is still a lot that needs to be done. So the team working on this, I know we'll still have a chance to engage at that level when the time comes. You need to really have an engagement with counties so that we can support you also in the implementation. We have functions that is with us as per the Constitution. So you cannot run away from really working with the counties. Issues of licensing, risk surveillance, public education, and even cross-border response. I've heard you mention about some of the challenges with the cross-border security issues, and counties border in most of the counties. So really, you will need to work with us, and our proposal is that you need to consider having even structures at the county level. Build the capacities. Those are our counterparts, those are our colleagues. We need to support and work with them. So border counties face a lot of cross-border issues, and I know they play a critical role, um, especially on the informal trade front and cross-border exchange that continues every day. So, and I noted that it has been demonstrated that really a localized capacity may improve biosafety resilience, and therefore you need to consider this as critical. And we have a lot of lessons in the region and even beyond on this. So my urge this afternoon, is that all of us, whether you are in academia, whether you are scientist in your own right, whether you are a farmer or in policy, we need all of us to attempt and help, because this is what will bridge the gap between issues of food security, nutrition, and even poverty, to build a better narrative about even the GMO. And we want to appreciate the president. One of the first agenda he had really, and I believe it's because he's a scientist, was on GMO. And I think he's been fought still, but I'm very sure that we will win this war at the end of the day. I'm a promoter of this, and I'm enthusiast on really biotech. As I mentioned earlier, is that rumor travels 6 times. And sometimes the narrative that is out there is that this thing is very bad. It's actually the one causing cancer. Yet I think it should be the one that is going to help us entangle ourselves from cancer, for example, which is the key menace for all of us. It's a threat to each and every one of us. Every morning you wake up or you hear of a relative that is sick, you didn't want to hear that they have been diagnosed with cancer. So we have a lot of positive stories that exist. We just need to share better. Scientists need to find a better way to share these stories. We have also to be wary of the conspiracy-funded theories or stories that have got vested interests, and people still want to advance their conventional way of doing things because they benefit from them. So we must also prioritize investment in public trust, building trust in everything we do, so that every step you're taking really has got the goodwill from the people that will be the ultimate users and even the consumers. We must build a generation of optimistic leaders. And all of us agree that we are not where we were 100 years ago. And when the West probably came up with some solutions, some were even pessimistic about it. But today, we are beneficiaries of some of those solutions that were developed, and through science. We couldn't be where we are today if it was not for science. In each and you cannot really exclude what science has contributed. So we are supporting 4K clubs to try and transition the mindset of that young learner. And I think this is an opportunity. So National Biosafety Team, what are you doing about that? The scientists, what exactly can we do? What can we do so that we change the mindset, build a team of optimists who can give us solutions? So my view and my recommendation is that as we amend the Act, make sure you embed the county roles and create focal points at the county level so that we build the capacity at that level. Institutional recommendation, probably working close with COG counties to strengthen the governance and function and the role of the NBA including joint inspections. In most of the regulations we've developed recently, in all the other aspects of regulations, we have made attempt to allow counties to have even inspectors who can help us, especially on your role. Support counties to integrate some of these things in their CIDPs, and even support in terms of funding. Provide an express mandate for counties on surveillance, licensing, and even education. We are ready to work with you on behalf of my colleagues in counties. As I said, I serve as a secretary at the caucus, and we work across all the sectors. And I think we've had a lot of engagement with NBA for about 3 or 4 years now, and I'm very happy. We must build a nationally coherent and locally rooted biosafety regulatory framework. We must seize the legislative review to align with Kenya's devolved system. And I'm very sure that with that, we will be able to achieve so much together. Thank you, and God bless you.
So, thank you very much. And I think that really sinks the theme of this conference. If you summarize what he has said, is that the call is we all take the role, the farmers, the scientists, the regulators, towards just ensuring we are building the trust. So at this juncture, I would like to invite Bwana Josephat Muchiri to come and give direction. Yeah. Because of time, we need to see how we can finalize.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, session moderator, and our panelist, Dr. Kiprimo from the Nadi County, Dr. Bolo from Lacoste, Professor Luno from Kenyatta University, and Justin Overcash from the USA. Justin, you are still with us? Thank you very much, Diki. Yes, because of time, we may not be able to have that formal panel discussion. I think we are going to engage the panelists during our lunch break. Because of time, I think we have really overstretched. So I want to thank our panelists and our session moderator. We have prepared a gift pack for you, and our secretariat will be handing them to you in the course of lunch break. Otherwise, thank you very much. You can take a photo. Okay. Yeah, please, a couple of tea breaks. Okay, sorry for that, but I think we can still, the panelists are still with us. I think we can engage them during lunch break. We are going to the last session of the conference, which is the conference evaluation. We want to do a brief evaluation of the 3 days that we have been here. I know the CEO can be preparing to come so that he is able to manage the last session of the closing session. But the evaluation, you have this name tag. So you have it. Everyone has it. I think most of us have this. Go to your phone. Go to your phone. Remove it. Remove it from your neck now. You want to evaluate our performance for the last 3 days. Take this card or the QR code. You go to photo, as if you are taking a photo in your phone. Then you scan. When you're on photo in your phone, you scan this code. Once you scan it, it will bring you a series of questions, about 5 questions. They are not. It will take about 5 minutes. By the time the CEO makes his remarks, we'll have finished the evaluation. For those who do not have this card, we have projected the QR code on the screen. So you just go to your phone, the camera area. You click it. It will directly link you to the survey that we intend to do. It will take about 5 minutes. In the meantime, I want to invite the CEO to come and make his remarks and invite the next speaker to close the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mushiri. You can appreciate Mushiri and the team. Thank you, thank you. So as we continue with the conference evaluation, we can continue with that. So I want us now to move to the last part of the closing ceremony, and allow me to call 2 people so that they come here in the high table, being led by a board representative, Honorable Asteria Ngolo. Please, you can come forward, followed by our chief guest for today, Engineer Laban Kiplagat, Engineering Secretary at Ministry of Agriculture. Please, you can join us in this high table so that we close. Please appreciate our chief guest as they come. Please. So we are going to close the 3 days conference, and welcome. So I'm going to make some few remarks. Then Honorable Asteria Ngolo, you are going to make remarks on behalf of the Board of Directors of National Biosafety Authority. Then you welcome our chief guest for a close. So I'm very happy because of the commitment and dedication that you have shown since the start of the conference on Tuesday. So allow me first of all to convey a very special thanks to the Ministry of Agriculture, the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture, Honorable Senator Mutai Kagwe, who was very well represented by the Secretary Administration, Mr. Rashid Kato, during the opening session. My appreciation also goes to the Board of Directors of the National Biosafety Authority, the staff of NBA who have been working tirelessly to ensure the success of this conference, the steering committee being led by Mr. Mushiri. We can appreciate Mr. Mushiri. He has been the chair of the steering committee of the conference. All our stakeholders, all our partners, we really appreciate this conference. It has been a success because of your participation. I'd also like to, in a special way, thank Professor Douglas Miano for accepting to give us keynote. So, Professor, we really appreciate the acceptance, and all the presenters, all the facilitators, all those who have done moderation of the session. We really thank you. Indeed, we have had a lot of feedback for the last 3 days, and we are going to improve on the comments that you have given us. We also appreciate your feedback in the conference evaluation that you are now doing, and we commit to analyze the comments with the view of taking into account your recommendations in planning our next conference. Finally, the authority will continue to engage all the stakeholders to implement the resolution that we are going to arrive at in this conference. In this time, allow me to welcome Honorable Asteria Ngolo to make remarks on behalf of the Board of Directors, and then kindly, sir, you will welcome our chief guest to make a closing remark. We can appreciate Honorable Member. Welcome, sir.
Thank you so much, Bona CEO, the Agricultural Engineer Secretary, State Department of Agriculture, government officials present, fellow board members, scientists, farmers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Mine is a very simple task to appreciate all those who have been here and who have made contributions. Allow me to start by appreciating the Almighty God, because it is because of Him that we've come this far. I want to appreciate God. We call Him God, our brethren call Him Allah. We have different names. but he is the same God. So I want to say, Bwana asifiwe. Bwana asifiwe. Thank you so much. We give him thanks and praise for his mercies. I want to take this opportunity to appreciate the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development, our parent ministry, for the continued support that you have been receiving as the National Biosafety Authority. We do not take this for granted, and we appreciate the leadership of the CS, Honorable Senator Mutahi Kagwe. Kindly pass our regards to him when you get back to Nairobi. I want to take this opportunity also to appreciate all our conference sponsors, the National Research Fund, the Bottom-Up Economic Agenda, and all that have been involved in this. I'll not mention all of them. They are listed here. We don't take any of them for granted. I also want to say a special thank you to the management team of the National Biosafety Authority, led by the CEO in an acting capacity, Mr. Angetich. Thank you so much for your stewardship. The chair of the conference organizing committee, Mr. Joseph Mushiri, thank you for putting all this in place. We as a board do not take this for granted, and we appreciate the efforts that you've taken to make this conference a success. Again, it is because of the session chairs that we've had. We had about 7 sessions led by eminent people. They led as well in time management. They gave us very, very insightful ways of managing things. We also appreciate them in a very, very special way. And with that, I also appreciate all the panelists who were present physically, the panelists who made their presentations virtually. It was very excellent. They must have taken a lot of time in preparing for the presentations. We do not take this for granted. As I appreciate the panelists, I want to appreciate in a very special way the youngest panelist, who is also the chair and founder of the Scientists Association of Kenya. I don't know if she's still with us. Yes, kindly rise up. Thank you so much, Madam Evelyn Kimanthi, who took us through youth engagement in biosafety for a sustainable future. I want to assure you that the sentiments you raised will be well addressed. We at the board level will be able to address the issue about the establishment of a youth-focused biosafety forum, and also be able to engage youth in fostering partnerships so that we can move together. You know, the youth are very powerful, the Gen Zs. And with their power, we know that we can be able to create awareness about our products and about biosafety. So continue with your agitation. There's some of the issues that you raised which we might not be able to address at board level, issues to do with policy, involving the youth in policy formulation. We'll need the involvement of the county government, we'll need the involvement of the national government, so continue knocking doors so that the youth voice is heard in all the spheres. We really appreciate, and we are looking forward to engage the youth to help us build trust in biosafety and biotechnology plus GMO. You know, GMO, generally people have negative notions, but with the engagement of the youth, we hope to work together in order to build trust. I also take this opportunity to appreciate our partners. We have NACOSTI, we have KEFIS, we have the researchers in various universities. We are working together and you're making our work easier. We want to appreciate each and every partner that you have in this journey of making biotechnology safer for human beings and also for the environment. We had members of the fourth estate. We really appreciate your presence, and we really appreciate the fact that you are helping us to disseminate information. In the absence of information, which is disseminated in the correct way, we'll have a lot of rumors and misinformation. So your presence in this conference is a plus for us because it will enable members of the public to know exactly what we are doing as a research organization and as a regulator for this matter. Our farmers, the people who feed us, and the people who benefit from the technology. Your presence here is not taken for granted. Wakulima mpo? Wakulima mpo? Asanteni sana kwa kufika hapa hivi. Tunajua mmeacha shughuli nyingi, mmekuja ili mjifundishe. We appreciate you and we look forward to working together as a NBA and as other government agencies for the benefit of the people of Kenya. All the participants, we had the youth, we had various participants. I might not be able to mention each by name or by title. We do not take your presence for granted. We really appreciate the fact that you've been able to be with us until the end of this conference. You may have noticed that some of the board members have not been able to stay with us until the end. It is because of the engagement back in Nairobi. There's an important function this afternoon, the reading of the budget. And some of the board members, my colleagues, were involved in that. That's why they have not been able to be with us until the end. For all of us who have been here, we really appreciate and we thank you. Last but not least, I want to express gratitude to the management of this resort, Sawela Lodge, for being very organized, for granting us an atmosphere where we can deliberate. For the management, we don't take what you've put in place for granted. We thank you so much, and we look forward to continued participation. At this juncture, I want to ask all of us to stand up so that we appreciate ourselves, and then we'll remain standing as we welcome the Agricultural Secretary. We are going to appreciate everybody in this way. We want to clap 5 times, but in a reducing manner. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It will go like this. I'm still demonstrating, eh? You're sharp students. I hope you got it, eh? Okay, here we go. Let's start. Thank you so much. It is now my pleasure on behalf of the board to welcome the Agriculture Secretary, Engineer Laban Kiplagat, to make his closing remarks. Karibu, Engineer.
Thank you very much. I think whoever made this never took into consideration my height, but I hope I'm heard. Am I audible? Yes, so I think that's okay. So the National Biosafety Authority Board of Directors, the National Biosafety Acting Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Nehemiah, Dr. Kiplimo Lagat, representing the COG and at the same time the County of Nandi, the keynote speaker, Professor Douglas Miano, government officers present, development partners, invited guests, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Yes, I'm happy to be here today. And as you have heard, my name is Engineer Laban Kiplagat from the State Department for Agriculture. I think, yes, this is my second time addressing NBA on behalf of my bosses in Nairobi. And that's a great honor for me because I also understand what NBA is. I also belong to an activist group that tries to bring sanity in the way we handle science and our food security, called ISFA. And so, as I was told to come and represent my PS, my CS in this great function, you all understand that today and almost the whole of this week is full of activities because we are almost closing the financial year. We are reading the budget. There are things that needs to be finished. There is money that needs to be spent if it is still there. So it caught us off guard, but we did agree that whatever is going on here is also very critical to us, and therefore we decided to multitask, and so I was sent here. As I listened I think you are living the spirit of the strategic plan that we launched about 1.5 months ago. Because one of the issues that we did say is that biotechnology is here to stay with us. But we need to provide factual information, create public awareness, demystify, and walk the talk. Why? Because when I came in the morning, I was imagining, long ago, before vehicles came, people used to walk by foot, right? Then along the way, the donkeys came. Then they say, okay, maybe the donkey can also help me. And then along the way, I don't know which one came faster. Is it the sheep or the bicycle? Then people said, okay, we can even explore greater areas, continents. Then came vehicle. Then came the aeroplane. And all that has been very good for us because it makes our work very, very easy. But that notwithstanding, that does not mean that it has come easy. It has come with a lot of its own side effects. But because of the increasing knowledge that we always get, we are trying to mitigate those effects as much as possible and creating what we are calling a win-win situation because we must move safely, move fast, move in a manner that does not affect the environment. So there's growth in knowledge, growth in science, growth in technology across the whole sphere of our life, including human beings, plants, and so on. And so when it comes to this thing called genetics, biotechnology, I don't know why we are not appreciating where we have reached the way I was appreciating our car that brought me here safely. We reached here ahead of time. I told the CEO I might be here at 11, but he told me if you can come earlier, the better. So I come and we reached here. What I'm trying to say is that all that we are trying to do and introduce in our food system is actually for the good of all of us. And since with knowledge, you can also handle it either good or bad. That's why we have the National Biosafety Authority as a country to ensure that we handle this technology for the betterment of us. So I think we really need to understand this. So unfortunate that sometimes some of us like, lies as opposed to truth. And Kiplimo Lagat said, I don't know whether it's empirical, that a lie travels 6 times faster than the truth. I don't know, but it looks to be true because we tend sometimes to, propagate more hearsay than the truth. So I want to appreciate all these brilliant minds that have, because they are actually getting us into the depth of what it is and trying to make the best out of it for our own side. I'll not quote each of you, but all of you, I think you have done extremely well. And therefore, since conferences and symposiums have been forums for policymakers and researchers, I think this has been a bit more different. As much as the farmers were not understanding some of those jargons, but when Professor Stephen was showing the photo here of the striker, at least they could understand. What I'm trying to say is that they are the users. And so when we have brought all of us here, I think to me that's the way to go. Because we are learning, we are giving feedback, we are accepting, we are owning, we are making it part of us, and therefore it will be very easy for us to move forward together. So the diversity of all of us here is actually something that I want to applaud, and I hope in the subsequent forums, you will as much as possible be able to cast the net wider, including even some of these people who are trying to fight our progress as far as technology is biotechnology is concerned. I did say last time that why doesn't NBA board and management have handshake with these people? And it's doable because when you present facts the way they are and how you have prepared to protect mankind from adverse side effects, if they may be there, then what stops them from agreeing with us? There's nothing. It's the truth that shall set us free. Even the Bible is saying that you shall know the truth and it shall set us free. So as I'm here today, I'm privileged to be part of us and also more privileged to hold for my particularly through nationwide public awareness campaigns to enhance understanding of biosafety. And the authority should lead effort by engaging all stakeholders, including civil society organizations, to clarify its regulatory mandate and reduce litigation that hinders progress. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to reiterate that the government and indeed the ministry appreciates the use of modern biotechnology as a powerful tool that can support its agenda of improving productivity across value chains and at the same time building resilience to the effects of climate change, since the agriculture sector continues to be integral in achieving our Kenya Vision 2030 goals and advancing the government's bottom-up economic transformation better plan on food security. And to that note, I wish to assure you once again that the government will continue to support the National Biosafety Authority to implement its core mandate of ensuring safety and modern biotechnologies. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, as we plan to host the 14th Biosafety Conference, The government will be keen to implement the outputs and recommendations that will come out of this meeting. So with these remarks, it's now my pleasure and honor to declare the 13th Annual Biosafety Conference officially closed. So that's a speech on behalf of the ministry, and I'm humbled. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. So thank you. One more step. We want to appreciate our guest by giving him a small token, and I will request Honorable Asteri to give our guest a small token for coming, for accepting to come and close. Thank you. So our guest, Honorable Engineer Laban, that is a small token from the Board of Management of National Biosafety Authority. So lastly, I will request again Professor Miano to close for us with the last prayers for this activity. Please, Professor, if you can come. And other logistical things, I don't know, Mushiri, if you still have, we have lunch. We have lunch after this. So we'll have lunch after this, and that will mark the end of our 3 days. Professor, you can come. We can all stand up, please.
Okay, let us pray. Our Father, we come before thy holy throne of grace with gratitude for what you've done for us. We thank you, dear Lord, because you've been together with us since we started on Tuesday. And all through Jehovah, you've been together with us. You've given us good health. We've been able to listen to the presentations that were given. Thank you for the support that we've gotten from the government. Thank you for NBA and the work they are doing for our country. We bless you and we thank you. We thank you, Jehovah Father, even for the farmers and all of us who have come from different places. And indeed, Lord, you gave us protection. We pray, Jehovah Father, even as we come to the end of this meeting, that you be with us. As we travel, Jehovah God, back to our homes and to wherever we've come from, we pray that you give us journey mercies and we shall worship and bless your name because we know you are true and faithful. Walk with us, Jehovah God, as we go. Be with us, Jehovah Father, as we continue to work, Jehovah Father, for this great country of ours. And we pray, Jehovah Father, that your blessings shall continue to flow to the glory and honor of your holy name. For this we pray in Jesus' name. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you. So you're all welcome for lunch, where we are taking lunch. You can take lunch gift from our secretariat. Thank you.